Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. So, we wrapped up the main scenario quest yesterday, at least for 7.0. Now we're waiting for the next part of it in 7.1. That'll be about 3 or 4 months from now. But until then, we still have plenty of content to get through here, starting specifically with the Post-MSQ dungeons. That's one of the things I want to tackle today. And then the other is I want to hunt down all the different Aether currents there are across the new zone so that I can get access to flying in each of them. Because doing that is going to give me it's going to make it a lot easier for me to gather things out in the world as I need to get things crafted and such. So, let's go ahead and start over here with Nostalgia. They have a quest at level 100, so I am assuming this is a dungeon, although it might not be. We'll have to see. Something stray in the neighborhood, so a Ghostbusters reference there. Prince, I've been looking all over for you. Apologies for the lack of pleasantries, but there's precious little time to spare. A curious anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. Wonderful. Oblivion is lucky to count you among its allies. Let's reconvene at the Gate of Remembrance, then. I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning, you may not be able to recognize me at first glance. Alright, let us head over to our destination. Okay, so living memory. At least I'm assuming they're here. Yeah, we have a destination marker right there. Aha! There you are, Prince! Hehe, it's me, Nostalgia. Surprise? With Zerolja gone, Oblivion's been allocating its resources to an investigation of living memory. Utilizing Kahuya's technology, we developed remote control sentries operable from the back room, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. To think that all this once lay at Everkeep's summit. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father ever resided in this grand city of the Endless. Ah, forgive me. I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. During an earlier survey of the area, I encountered one of the Endless. He claimed to be one of the city caretakers and offered me a guided tour. I accepted, thinking I could conduct my observations at the same time. But that's when we discovered the anomaly, a rift in the very fabric of living memory. I'm sure you'd rather see it for yourself to believe it, though. Let's make for the Esperance wheels first. Constancy, the Endless who guided me, that is, should still be on duty there. That's right, we never heard from Constancy after that first encounter. Looks like we're headed into Yesterland. swap into Paladin so I can get this experience as I cross over. There we go. Oh, that's not good. I should not... that was not supposed to get deleted there. There we go. We're back. And I'll be back for that lively lass later. They likely have one of the Aether currents I need. Oh yeah, that looks like a void portal. Also, we have an Aether current over here, so this is perfect. Oh, I need to... Yeah, to fix this, I need this one. There we go. A warm yesterland welcome to you, my friend. Or should I say, welcome back? I had not expected you to return as our anomaly-slaying volunteer. I do hope I was able to make your first visit to the Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely Her Majesty's regrettable demise. You needn't fret. I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, would not wish to remain endless at the cost of such terrible sacrifice to worlds beyond. Though your efforts saw the city terminals deactivated, I somehow remain. Still, I am grateful for my survival, as it allowed me to discover this peculiar phenomenon. A lost district of living memory lies beyond this rift, you see. I previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas, but this was not always the case. Numerous others once thrived, until one day our reality was irrevocably altered in an attempt to bridge our world to others, and several districts were consumed in the process. Among the areas lost was a resplendent amusement district known as Dreamborough. This rift, however, allows us access through its streets once more. We took a cursory gander of the place for ourselves, since we were curious to know what became of it. But there's nothing amusing about it. Quite the opposite, actually. We were promptly chased by a horde of angry ghosts. After decades disconnected from living memory's ether supply, we must assume that the endless who resided there are no more. The once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by a dismal shroud, and I dare say our poor Dreamborough has warped itself into a place of nightmares. It has returned to us as a lost soul would, longing for connection. The beings within have come to call it Strayborough Deadwalk. Now that it's reconnected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city, so we'd like you to brave the Deadwalk and shed some light on this mystery. Leave it to me. You have my thanks. I regret that I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you in spirit. The Strayborough Deadwalk, now accessible. Alright. And for this, we don't have any duty support. At least I don't believe there's duty support. Yeah, no, we don't have it. So, we just have to queue up for this here. And it looks like we have a bit of a wait, much like we did with the trial at the end of yesterday. So, while we are waiting, I'm going to take the opportunity to start looking around for Aether currents here. Looks like there's one to the west, and then there was that lass earlier that we can chat with. Yep, they have a current. Hey, mister. Oh, actually, that was fast. Okay. Then, never mind. I will talk with you later. Ah, we are being transported across the void once again. But is this really going to the 13th, or is this going to a different reflection? Yeah, this kind of looks like a Halloween town, I suppose. Okay. Once again, I am seeing enemies from Final Fantasy 13 here, specifically the little gremlin things here. Yeah, we are definitely connected to the 13th here. Hear ye, his royal headness, Leonog, first graces us. Alright. Let's see what we got. Malicious miss. sure I understood what that was. Okay, I get it now. I get a debuff whenever one of those little things touches me. Almost got him down. Alright, first boss down. Okay, that merry-go-round is running a little fast. And now the horses are chasing us. As of right now, I'm technically underneath what I could have as maximum item level, so there's definitely room for me to get even more HP and stuff. It's got statch hands here. This catches a boss from City of Mach. Alright, second boss. Okay, what is this? Teacups. And more teacups this time. So is that they do no damage if they crash into you, and it's just I have to pay attention in other ways? I'm still trying to figure out this mechanic. Hey, fending! I'll take that. Oh, Calcabretta! Well, not the real Calcabretta. like a little mini heal check. I'll take those earrings. Alright, let's get this going. Get to the sides. Down the middle. I'm assuming we have to drag them across. No? What's the guys? What does this do? An incorporeal form is enabling you to pass through obstacles, but additional damage is taken. Got it. Okay, we lost our healer. So we'll see what we can do. against the living, so I do need this. Okay, boss is down. That was a fun Halloween-themed dungeon. And definitely different from the typical Halloween dungeons where it's just the void try to scare you. Alright, we're gonna pick this up since we started to do that a moment ago, before we stepped in. Hey mister, can you believe it? I just finished setting up a brand new game for my friends, and they've only gone and disappeared. Unbelievable. It took me ages to think of all the clues and hide them around town. I guess it was all for nothing. Hold on, I've got an idea. Why don't you give it a go? Trust me, you'll have a great time. Okay, here's the first riddle. By yesterday's gate stands a tiny monument piled high. See if you can figure out where I've hidden the next clue. Sometimes these require you to actually take notes to actually figure out the quest, so... Okay, let's see. Okay, it didn't actually prompt me that way this time, so we might be okay. Anyway, let's hand in the quest for the dungeon. You're back. Was the dead walk as haunting as we expected? It was like a regular Halloween town. Let me get this straight. You met a disturbed mascot, attended a twisted tea party, were assaulted by a sky wheel and a merry-go-round, then fought for your life in a haunted house? The Endless House, to be precise. And with that, my suspicions are confirmed. In the days when Dreamborough yet flourished, the Endless House often held plays with volunteers from the audience. These volunteers would be cast as the story's heroes and tasked with rescuing a captive princess from Traumere, Lord of the Nightmares. That sounds awfully similar to Prince's experience. Precisely. Thus, I believe the Deadwalk's monstrous residents were given life by the lingering memories of the Endless who once called it home. As its name once implied, the district was built for those Endless who loved to dream. The theme park itself likely gained a mind of its own. Over the years, perhaps it, too, harbored hope that a hero would grant its former citizens' final, desperate wish for freedom and for home. So, as I understand it, when Queen Sphene and Zeralja first attempted interdimensional fusion, a few areas within living memory suddenly vanished into the rift, including Dreamborough. And as the endless souls within began to fade, their memories and desires fused with the very essence of their home to turn the Deadwalk into what it is now. Considering the timing, we have to assume the district's reconnection is due to Her Majesty's last attempt at interdimensional fusion. But with Traumere gone, those lost souls should finally be able to rest in peace. I am not entirely certain, but the rift did close upon Prince's return. I can only hope your hypothesis is true, and their role in the Hollow performance has concluded. As has mine, I suspect. Long have I served as a guide, eager to bring joy to every visitor who passed through living memory's golden gates. But I see now why I remained. I was meant to perform this final act of guidance, to lead you both to those lost dreamers. I do not wish to dampen the mood, of course, so I shall take my leave, but I could not be prouder to serve my fellow citizens. And I could not be happier that you were my final guests. Farewell, my friends, and thank you, truly. I pity him, but I think it's best to let him go. We should return to Solution 9. Your good deeds still need to go rewarded, after all. I'll meet you back there, as my real self this time. Alright, we are headed back to Solution 9 then. Job well done, Prince. With the Deadwalk anomaly taken care of, Oblivion can return to its regular surveys of living memory. We'll have to decide carefully how best to handle the former haven of the Endless, but I do know one thing for sure. It's our duty to uncover the mysteries at the heart of living memory, what it was made for, and what horrors kept it running, so that we never repeat those mistakes. I'd like to think that's what the lost souls there would have wanted as well, and that's what'll drive me forward. Thank you again for your help, and safe travels out there. Alright. Alright, we do have a couple of other quests in here. One with a plus sign. Let's see what this Trial by Spire quest is. Pardon me, but you wouldn't happen to be Prince, would you? The very same Prince who saved Solution 9? I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck, for I am granting you permission to test your might against my indomitable dummies. Usually they're reserved for military research, but I'm willing to make an exception for one of your talents. Nothing to say? Ah, of course. You've been struck dumb by my overwhelming generosity. Are you our wandering minstrel for this expansion? Not to worry, for I will ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you've returned to your senses, come meet me in the outskirts. Or are you our Sky Sea Stone expansion for the game? That's the only one with a plus around here. But as we go here, I'm also going to be looking for a quest that might not necessarily have a plus on them, but do have some sort of artwork associated. Because those are usually associated with quests that sometimes turn into an entire storyline. Let's see. Trial by Spire. Okay, we need to head to here. There you are. I trust you've recovered from the shock of my initial proposal? Good, good. Now let me explain what this is all about. I am a researcher for Oblivion, namely in the field of electro engineering. During Zeralja's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. One of my many projects was these indomitable dummies, and as their name implies, their durability is second to none. They were used to measure the offensive potential of an entire arsenal of weapons to great effect. Okay, you are our Sky Sea Stone expansion. But now Zeralja is no more, and pieces return to our home. A preferable outcome, of course, but it does mean that my masterworks have been left to rust. And that is an affront to science I cannot forgive. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on. And so I grant you, who seem to possess might equal to an entire squadron of hardened troops, access to the Spire of Trial. Of course, I am more than willing to make adjustments as befits the magnitude of your power. As a woman of science, I can think of no greater honor than to have you testing the limits of my creations. You've given me purpose anew, Prince. I'll be here testing and improving the dummies when able, so you're welcome to stop by anytime, even if only to gaze upon my indomitable beauties. You now have access to the Spire of Trial, an expansion of Stone Sky Sea. Okay. Alright, with that, let's head back to Tuliolo, and let's see what Blue Plus quests there are there. There should be one more dungeon available. Looks like they're all going to be down here. And that reminds me, the new Hunter unlock should be available. Also, while I'm here, let me go ahead and send out my retainers again. Alright, so I'm gonna need to talk to them again because I should have talked to them on my paladin. Prince, it's good to see you safe. The whole city's been on a knife edge since the attack. Folk need hunters like you and me to deal with the dangers they're facing more than ever. Like you and me, and Napequik, Viper by trade, always helping out with the hunt. She took a bill from the boards a few days back. Thing is, it was for a mark up in Usulani, and no one's seen her since. Might be that she's still on its trail, but hearing about everything that's happening up there, all this about the dome, I can't help but worry. A little bird tells me you've been inside it. You couldn't ask around in there, could you? Find out if anyone's seen her? Thank you, it means a lot to me. Last anyone heard from her, she was on her way to Teshpiane. Maybe someone in the village will have seen her, if there's anyone left. Okay, this is actually a full-on quest, so then I'll finish it on Paladin then. Wow, it's like the quests are not going to where they need to go. This is apparently an unknown zone. Alright, heritage found it is. Alright, looks like they're all the way out at the outskirts. Good evening to you. Anything I can help you with? Napikwe? Yes, I know her well. She's something of a hero around these parts, our guardian angel. She had just arrived when the tremor struck, on the trail of some beast or other. Can't remember the details now, but I do remember that when the ground started shaking and Levin filled the air, it was she who guided us all to safety. Braved the bolts to drive back the beasts that were tearing up our farmsteads. Where is she now, I wonder? Last I heard, she'd registered with the Hunters, but that was years back. She'd probably be retired now, or... No, she's still with us. She has to be. I wouldn't remember her if she wasn't. You should go and ask the facilitators at Resolution, up in Solution 9. They keep a record of every citizen's location. Tell them you're looking for an old friend, and they'll put you in contact. Alright, so then we are headed into Solution 9, then. All the way to the north, apparently. Welcome to the government sector. How may I be of service? You're a friend, Napikwe? One of many, I'm sure. Such an amiable soul, and such a shame about that injury first forcing her from the field. But what a career! I think the better part of our data on the local fauna was collected by her and her followers. Followers who adore her to this day. I believe she was the one who introduced the idea of fighting with two blades too, and look how that's taken off. Sharing citizens' personal information is strictly forbidden as a rule. However, Napikwe left specific instructions that if any Turali should come calling, we should send them directly to her. And so I shall. Her registered domicile is in the residential radius 914. Ever since her retirement, she spends most of her days sitting in the plaza, watching the world go by. Let me know if you have trouble finding her, but if you do, please pass on my best wishes. Also, just so I don't have to come back here later, what is your deal? No, you don't have anything special with your quest. For quests like that, I'm going to be saving those, because we don't know how Beastmaster, which is an upcoming limited class, we don't know how that one's going to level up either. If it's going to be similar to Blue Mage, or if it's going to be through other methods. But I want to be able to do quests while I level that up. You're a hunter, aren't you? You've got the gait. The eye could see it a mile off. Bol Oga? Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Well, you go tell him I'm as safe and well as I've ever been. Sure, it was a shock when the barrier fell, but what kind of viper would I be if I didn't try to make the best of a bad situation? I joined the Hunters, put my talents to use keeping the place safe, till 10 years ago, that is, when my good hand finally gave out on me. Had to leave the front lines. Thought I was done for good, to be honest. But then Her Majesty came to me. Gave me a new mission, cataloging the beasts I no longer had the strength to kill. Gave me a new lease on life. I believe it's Mile. Say, now that the barrier's broken, is Bol Agog thinking bringing the Dawn Hunt back to Ysulani? If he is, then could you give him this? Or Ysulani? Tell him that I'm still here, that for 30 years I kept my vow. Alright. And again, just so I don't have to make the trip later, we'll check out these two real quick to see if they have any special content. Sometimes quests like this, early in an expansion, eventually lead to the unlocking of the, well, I guess they're called societies now. Used to be beast tribes, but now they're called society. But effectively, even though it's not in the game yet, they would eventually later unlock them. And so that's why I'm looking for quests that have special images, because that's usually one of the signs of one of those quests, or at least it's a somewhat important quest line to go down regardless. We'll check out the other ones later. It's just they don't get their blue plus quest marker until the society actually becomes available to unlock. So until then, it's kind of a hidden quest if you go on it. Good to see you back safe, Prince. Well, any news on Napaquit? She still lives then, and it seems all this insanity with the dome hasn't dulled her passion for the hunt any. The notebook makes proof of that. 30 years of work. 30 years! I can't get my head around it. I can count the hours since I last spoke with her, yet it's a wonder she can remember me at all. Still, I'm grateful she does. And if she needs my help hunting down some of these beasts, that's exactly what I'll give her. I'll go through this book and draw up bills for the nastiest critters in it. Bring the Dawn Hunt back to Ysulani. Or whatever they call the place now. Guess it'll be a while before folk can make their way past the barrier freely, so I'll be counting on you and yours to take the lead. But looking at some of these entries, there's a fair few fiends up there that are tougher than anything I've let you go after before. I'll see you're approved to take on advanced marks. Thanks, my friend, and good hunting. MSQ is already done, and I enjoyed it. Alright, advanced Dawn Hunt mark bills are now available. And then new elite mark bills are available at level 100, which I'm already there. Ah, Prince, you honor me with your presence. I've heard all about the deeds you've been doing for Wuklamot. Also, if you're interested in an MSQ that, frankly, is crap at this point, for the most part, compared to this game in Dawntrail, just go ahead and take a look at PSO2 New Genesis. That's been a disaster for years at this point, and it's only recently that it's started to kind of come back to being something decent, but it's a poor excuse against something like this. As if ending Valgarmonda's rampage wasn't impressive enough, you saved the city from those mechanical beggars too. If there were ever any doubts about your abilities, they're well and truly answered. Which is why I'd like to ask your aid one last time. Will you join us in our most essential duty, seeking out and slaying those fiends most foul? Those that pose the gravest dangers to our people? You're a hero through and through. Hunting down marks like these is the very purpose the Vipers were founded for. And it's no easy task, I can tell you. There are horrors out there, true horrors. Tural Vidral like Valgarmonda, creatures more akin to gods than beasts. We Vipers wander far and wide across the land, that we might learn of these creatures and one day end them. You remember Tayat Klap? She's been doing just that for decades now, and has come away with a long list of targets. If you're interested in finding out more about them, go and see her in Yaktel. Napakua was doing the same when she went to Yassilani, and yet there's nothing you could call a Tural Vidral in her journal. Strange. I thought when they've shown up nigh everywhere else. Makes me wonder if she might not have left them out on purpose. Napakua is a viper to the quick, you see? Nothing matters to her more than the people's safety. Separated from her fellow Vipers as she was, perhaps she thought it best to leave such nightmares well alone. Forgive me for asking so much of you, but if you plan to return to Yassilani anytime soon, could you speak with her again? See if there's something she's not telling us, something we might be able to help her with. Oh, and tell her one more thing from me. That if she wants to come back, me and the rest of the Vipers stand ready to welcome her with open arms. Alrighty. So, we head back to Solution 9 then. Ah, the hunters from across the water. What message do you have for me today? Bol Oga, you sentimental fool. I thank him for remembering me, but this is my home now. These people, my people. I lived here, fought here, for the better part of my life. Stepping beyond that wall would be like stepping 30 years into the past. And while I've fond memories of the place, I'm an old woman now. I've grown unused to change, not to mention that... Lady Napakua! Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you had company. It's alright. He's a friend of the cause. Let me introduce you. Lonyain Rinuri, meet Prince, the hunter from beyond the wall. Prince, these are... what would you call yourselves? My little helpers? Protégés, more like. Lonyain, at your service. I studied the twin blades under Lady Napakua, and I've been helping her conduct her census on the beasts of Alexandria. And I'm Rinuri. I've been working behind the scenes with Oblivion, so I've heard a lot about you and your exploits. Even seen a few firsthand, albeit from the shadows. After you brought peace to living memory, our team secured what we could from the databanks. Found a fair few things that brought a glint to Lady Napakua's eye, I can tell you. Tural Vidral Prince. Bol Olga knew it. It doesn't do to draw too much attention to those fiends you haven't the strength to slay. From what Renurie tells me of your achievements, though, I shouldn't wonder if you and yours could succeed where we could not. Queen Sphene charged me with chronicling her kingdom's fauna, and I expect there are many discoveries still to be made in its darkest corners. If you want to learn more, just ask these two. Please, ask away. Lonyine spends most of his time down in the outskirts, but I'll be here. As shall I. My duty is far from over. So in answer to Bol Olga's question, no, I will not be returning to Tuliolal. But please let him know I appreciate his kind words, and that I'm only too happy to extend him the same offer. Alright, we need to head back to Tuliolal, actually. Welcome back, Prince. Did you speak with Napekwe? I see. It's good to know she has friends. I couldn't bear to think of her all alone up there. A viper lives to hunt, the others might live to hunt another day. Others might live to hunt another day. Or so the saying goes. Sounds like she's taken that message to heart. Taking it upon herself to train a new generation. And it looks like you're her latest pupil. May luck be with you, Prince. And remember, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed. Alright, we're now able to take on elite Dawn hunts. Alright, did this guy get updated at all? They did get something new here. Automatois identification key. Okay. Okay, I think this is where, let's see, level 1, How the West Was Sung. That's kind of odd that it's a level 1 quest. Okay. Oh, there you are, Wandering Minstrel. So, this is the guy that unlocks the extreme versions of Trials. And for me, I just don't have the time to do them. I may consider myself a mid-core player, but it's a mid-core player that doesn't do any serious raiding. Alright, so then, where is the second dungeon? Yeah, this doesn't make sense. This here is for the, role quest. Where's the second dungeon? Or did they actually not do a second one this time? No, I'm supposed to unlock one more thing. Huh. This is really curious. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can figure this out here. Okay, usually they just make it really obvious where both of the dungeons are, so this is kind of surprising here. Oh wait, there it is. I just had to zoom in a bit to see it. Do I have some leaves done? Looks like I do have one done. Prince, at last. You've no idea how long I waited here, hoping we might finally meet. There is a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I am Zeisihan, Professor of Archaeology at the Studium. At the behest of the former Head of Reason, I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tyrol. I heard from a little bird in Volok Shunsa that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent, and could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I have already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Shaktaral. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Shaoloni, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for nigh a millennium. Surely Lady Luck is on my side, I thought, but alas, things soon took a turn for the worse. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection and made my first foray into the area, but we were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends barred our approach. Truth be told, 'tis a miracle we even made it out alive. Yet for a seasoned explorer like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation and embark on this new adventure? Let's do it. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruins lie beyond the river north of Lake Torai in Shaoloni. Let us continue our conversation there. Okay. And once again, the map is not showing me, so I gotta first get into the area. Seems like the map function is just not working right now for quests. All the way up at the north. I'm kind of surprised. That's where one of the resources that can be mined can be gathered from. Wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. 'Tis a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabotenders of all shapes and sizes. I call it Tender Valley. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Yakui in origin, a closer inspection revealed motifs even I could not recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I'm sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanisms protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You would be wise to not underestimate them yourself. Ah, lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know of my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. I shall await your return here. I entrust you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lie within. Tender Valley now accessible. So we're going to take a look at those notes after the run-through. Alright, this should be just a short wait here. In the meantime, a little bit of gathering. This stuff is selling like hotcakes right now. Just a single converted ingot is selling for like 10,000 gil right now. One of the reasons I want to get the Aether currents is just because of how long it takes to go over to each node here. If I was flying, that would be cut in half the time, I believe. But yeah, hopefully the wait for the dungeon won't be too long here. Since I'm going into a dungeon soon, I'm going to pop a cordial. And then we'll just go ham on this one. And quickly. All right. Area filled with sabotenders. So far, it's pretty straightforward on this one. Nothing too special coming from the enemies. Alright, first boss coming up. Trying to be funny with the echo lines there. boss is being a little annoying, but we've almost got it down. Okay. Anthracite. Interesting battle area. Okay, that's gonna make it come out over here. At least I believe so. Or not. Still not certain what causes things to go to come out the side. Oh wait, I get it now. I see it now. So if it's a circle, it's gonna come out all three of those, and if it's a box, then it comes out. I get it now. Alright, second boss down. Oh, this is really starting to look like Ronka here. Also, I haven't seen any of those notes around, so not sure what that guy meant. Huh. Not the first time we've seen movement panels. We saw them in, what was it, Delta Escape 3.0, I think? Oh, if it wasn't blatant before, now it's obvious that this is Ronka. Alright, on to the final boss. Scree! Oh! The greatest serpent of Tyrol! Nice seeing these guys again. Although this one has a different hat on him. Didn't even realize those panels were coming up there. This... Alright, we've lost our healer. That's probably a good idea. Go ahead and just do what DPS we can. Nice! Great Serpent, Havranka, or... Alright, let's get out of here. And back to the quest giver. You are returned, and with nary a needle to be seen. I experienced them firsthand myself. The pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find that the lower back pain, which had ailed me for years, had completely vanished. Now, tell me of your expedition. I wish to hear everything. What did you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins? I see. How truly remarkable. To think that the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of the Yakui ruins, and at their deepest point, a great serpentine creature awaited. This is beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, the Great Serpent was from Shadowbringers. Anyway, beyond a shadow of a doubt, a significant discovery regarding Shak'Tural's history. Tell me, what are your thoughts? What thoughts have you concerning the valley's depth? I'm reminded of a set of ancient Ronkan ruins I saw in another world. Seems special, I guess. I've no doubt there were many gospels that foretold of the Great Serpent's majesty. Do you know of the legendary inscription said to be writ by an illustrious Yakui of Eld? I am most impressed. I've yet to fully decipher them, but if the creature described in chapter 56, verse 3 is in fact the Great Serpent, this is a most intriguing discovery indeed. Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Yakui simultaneously feared and revered the serpent of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work, a theory, the eerie resemblance of the Reflection civilizations. In my capacity as a professor of the studium, I've taken the liberty of reading the Scion's report concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. These findings indicate that the Sundering diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. The flourishing civilization of the ancients was forgotten, and the peoples of each reflection set out on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet can we say that these civilizations, worlds apart, are truly so different? If we all came from one shared ancient heritage, would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bear similarities to one another? What I'm trying to say is that it is entirely possible a society which predates the Yakui and bears similarities to ancient Ronka once existed in the source. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility of my theory. On that subject, I would ask you to join me on another adventure, one markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift to the first, your knowledge and insight concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Warlar's Echo and speak with a chronicler of the Yakui, that I may learn of their legends. Who knows, we may just discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka. Yeah, so just for reference, let me go ahead and pull this little guy out here. Yeah, so there are different versions of the Great Serpent of Ronka. I guess this one would be most appropriate here. The Great Hatted Serpent. Or the Behatted Serpent of Ronka. Or we could summon this one instead, the Behelmeted Serpent. But yeah, I got this guy over on the first. And now let's head over to Warlar's Echo. I am pleased to see you made it, Prince. I came by Alpaca, and for a blessing felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal applications of Sabotender needles is a field deserving of further study. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that Yakui ruins may exist in Xiaolomi. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct fieldwork, and are an extraordinarily erudite individual, well-versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend, based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Shaktaral? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stones of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. But for the valiant warrior who brought the Sky Ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the Great Serpent, one we normally would not disclose to outsiders. Please follow me to the indelible passage. The murals shall explain all. So yeah, I had the feeling for a while here that we were dealing with a civilization similar to the Ronkins. It was just a matter of the game opening up about it. So I've got a, yeah, I've got a thing I need to, a leave I gotta take care of, so let me do that real quick. Looks like this is one where I just simply need to gather enough items. So I'll try to make this as quick as possible. There we go. Already over half done. here, and we'll get this. And then the next one should finish us up. Also, if you haven't noticed yet, my miner is almost at level 98 now. I've been doing a whole bunch of collectible mining. Alright, so we need to head all the way over to here to finish the quest. Yeah, just another reason I want to get flying as soon as possible once we're done with this quest line. Yeah, that player looked like they were AFK. Let me give him a hand here real quick. Okay, here we are. A legend concerning the Great Serpent is hidden within this mural. Pray gaze upon it carefully as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long, long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple. Its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet when our forebears finally delved into its furthest recesses, they discovered a great serpent deep in slumber. It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers and offer prayers for its divine protection. Yet in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again, our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the Great Serpent never deigned to answer them. In the end, A great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the Great Serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. The sect who remained prayed for the Great Serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yet why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood? Or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? It could have been the earthquakes caused by the dome. The devout who held vigil at the temple held this belief. When the great serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north. Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the great serpent finally awoken. A peculiar but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encountered truly was divine, mayhap it is you who shall receive its blessings. If we consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs the boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remained? At any rate, Prince's testimony and the legends of the Yakui shall go a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations, worlds apart, share fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhap even an entire new field of study shall be pioneered. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as a planar fissure, or perhaps there was some all-powerful keeper of whispers peering through the veil? Oh, the pixies could, yeah! That is true. Just thinking about what it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing. Ha! I certainly have my work cut out for me, and now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition and, perhaps more importantly, continue writing my thesis. Master Chronicler Prince, I cannot thank either of you enough for your consideration this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again. Alright, so that does it for both of the dungeon quests. So at this point, now I basically want to take the time and go ahead and go around and get the different Aether currents. So I know there is one out to the west here. And then there are several side quests we're also going to have to do to get flying unlocked in each area. If I go under the travel menu and then under Aether Currents, this is where we can see what I've currently got and what's still needed. So most of them, as you can see, have yet to be found here. Alright, to the northeast. That would put that one over here. So I think what I'm going to do is actually make my way back over to Warlar's Echo, and I'm going to pick up the 2 quests. And as we do those, hopefully we'll find more of them. Hello, Merfurler. Great and mighty prince, I have heard tell of your victory over Valagarmanda. You protected our land, and for that I, Merfurler, express my deepest gratitude. I wish only that I could have seen the battle with my own eyes. As a warrior of the Yakui, I cannot fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low the fearsome Skyruin. Thus do I ask if you would demonstrate your martial prowess. I thank you for this honor. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shade of Grief, endangering all who would travel along the road. I bid you snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdue your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared. And then there's another one in town here. Hail, visitor. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Fret not, for your part to be played is a simple one. You see, the illuminations here in Warlar's Echo make use of glowstones, a rare and precious mineral found only through mining. On occasion, we offer up prayers in the hopes that their light remains strong and bright. First, I would ask you to raise a hand to the saltwater jar and pray for light everlasting. Strange though it may seem, I assure you, it is a necessary step in our ritual. Now, great warrior, Slayer of Valagarmanda, open your heart and focus. It appears your feelings were heard loud and clear. Let us proceed to the next step. Now that the salt water has received of your prayers, you need merely sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village, and the ritual will be complete. Okay. While I'm here, let me just look at this quest real quick. Okay, we're good on that one. Alright, and we are going throughout the village. And I am going to be checking the rest of the quests here, just to make sure I don't pass up the one I'm looking for. That one's good. That quest giver's all the way up there. Again, I'm looking for quests that have an image attached to them. Not like this. There would be an image right here. So I picked up several items I need to actually use here. Let me take a moment just so I can empty my inventory just a little bit here. Okay. And then I had an alpaca whistle. Here we go. Okay. Alright, back to the quest giver. I see you have successfully completed the ritual, and for that you have my thanks. Likewise, my fellow Yakui will be glad to know that an outsider has shared in our culture. When mining the peak for glowstones, we occasionally discover shellfish fossils. Some have wondered if perhaps this tall mountain was once submerged beneath the waves many long lifetimes ago. There was the calamity of the flood, so... The stone's radiance is a reflection of their joy, shining all the brighter when offered water that smells of the sea, or so the story goes. Thus was our little tradition born. Knowing that it is the will of a great warrior that now illuminates our humble village, our spirits are sure to lighten as well. Suffice it to say, we are fortunate indeed that you were willing to join in our prayer with an open heart. May the light of the glowstones ever guide your steps. Alrighty. I think that one's going to be somewhere in this area here. Glad am I to see you did not lose your way. As for this one, it made the mistake of picking a fight with me. There was another, but unlike its comrade, it had the good sense to flee. Not far, however. It stalks us from the shadows, yet thirsting for blood. These beasts are formidable indeed, possessed of strength equal to their keen senses. I would have you hunt down the one that remains. Follow its track to the southwest. Doubtless it will reveal itself to what it will see as a smaller, less challenging foe. There's a whole bunch of players over there. Yeah, they're here for the fate. Nice. As I mentioned before, I am still trying to... I do want to get all my other classes leveled up here, so that's why I just switched over to Gunbreaker. Impressive, Prince. Not only did you... not once did you falter before the towering Hualapen. Quick to react and adapt as you were indeed. Yes, I have seen all that I need to see. Now that the threat is no more, let us return to Warlar's Echo. Alright, I'm going to hand that in a bit, once I've had a chance to actually look further out here. For more of the Aether currents. So we're coming up on a, gathering point thing for collectibles. Yeah, that activates in just a moment here. To the west. And now to the south. There it is. Okay, that looks like that takes me all the way down there. So let me go gather these collectibles, and then we'll head over there. This will take us to where we were just a little while ago. I just hope I can make it within the time limit that I have here. I've got 90 minutes of Eorzea time to get over there. I think I'll make it. Yeah, so we're gonna head to the north side, we'll look over there, and then if there's anything else down here, then we'll come back. There it is. Alright, so... let's see how this goes. No dice on the first one. Okay. Okay. And we'll get 4 of these. That's still worth several, that's close to like 8 million experience, I think. Alright, starting to the north. Okay, there's one. Next one takes us to the west. It looks like it's on top of the hill. Question is, which side? Yeah, we gotta go up over there. Okay, next. More to the west. This might be the last one. And then it's just the quests. There it is. Yep, that's the last one. Okay. Let's get the rest of the quests. Actually, these technically sync down to my level, so maybe I could use them to boost another class up. How about we try White Mage? Especially since this would only work for this area and the next one, since they're still early levels. Okay, Nopely. Hey, I recognize you. You're Prince, yes? I've heard about you. Companion of the Third Promise? A most dependable individual. The name's Nopely, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Fix your eyes on these, crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea, and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? Kind of reminds me of the binding coils of Bahamut. For you, I'm willing to offer them for a low price of 1 pel in the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise. Sorry, clearly I misheard you. It almost sounds like you said 1 million. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange, these are precious crystals, are they not? Oh dear, I think we found someone as bad with money as Astidian. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? No, they're quite common, especially at the Burning Wall. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the Salt, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals? What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? But if they really have no use... You've been swindled. Have I, not believe the lucky, been swindled? Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Prince? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. You're willing to help, then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tyrol. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Tyroli mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harming effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Bunawa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Alright, also we've got a lookout point over here. So let's see, I guess I gotta go over there. Alright, what class do I want this on? I'm pretty close on Minor. Same for Armorer. Okay, we'll go Carpenter, because that's actually really close at this point. I need to untarget. There we go. Huh? I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan, nor a mage. Unusual crystals? Not interested. I prefer to keep my distance from peculiarities. Intriguing. I've never heard of one of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity, but I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there's little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. Alright. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Prince, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Alright, so that gives me the Aether current. This is one of the quests I'm looking for, though, because this has an expanded story on it. So, what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to accept it, and I'm going to hold the quest in reserve until after the Aether hunt. Every moment we leave that peddler to his own devices is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to be hoodwinked. We need to figure out where he's been and where he may go next. I'll ask around in Wachunpelo if anyone else has had similar run-ins with disreputable merchants. In the meantime, I'd like you to find the scoundrel, and keep him in your sights by whatever means necessary. We can't have him leaving before we've had a chance to settle this matter, after all. I expect he's still in Urkopacha, meaning visiting the markets to use his ill-gotten pelf to stock up for his return to Eorzea. Like as not, he's inspecting the stalls at Ikuvlo's Inn. Ask after a Lalafell by the name of Gigi Molu, but be discreet. Once you've found him, try to keep him occupied for as long as you can. Okay. And now let's go ahead and pick up the other Aether Current quest. Oh, thank goodness. A capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamulja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here, but no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chabayukiv and save him. Okay. Looks like I need to go this way. And hey, Silver Lobos! I need them for a hunt. I'll bring up my Chocobo as well here. Okay. Here they are. Can't stun them? Okay. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. Ah, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Okay. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamuja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamuja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tyrol as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Alright, and let's head back up to Warlar's Echo and hand in that last one. This has been an enlightening experience for me. Not only am I granted the chance to witness a warrior whose skill far surpasses my own. For years, I served as guardian as Cariorzar the Gracious, watching over the seal placed upon Valagarmanda. I would have aided in the Feast of Ice, too, had the Sky Ruin not rendered our plans meaningless. You see, it is the duty of the Temple Guardians to drive off the dangerous creatures drawn to Valagarmanda's energies. At times, it was all we could do to shield the frozen Vidrol from swarms upon swarms of beasts. But now that Valagarmanda has been laid low, we Guardians have nothing left to guard. There's still your history to guard. Of course, this is cause for celebration. Urkapacha, nay, all of Tyrol, need no longer fear the Sky Ruin's destruction. And yet, a part of me felt otherwise. Deprived of purpose, I relinquished my position. Yeah, that can happen sometimes when you do quests long after recent events took place. That last one. But no, then there'd be no point in the games. Because we kill Valagarmanda? Oh, I did not mean to suggest I blame you for my woes. Were it not for you, I would surely not be standing here to bemoan my plight. At any rate, I thought seeing you in action might move me to seek my next passion, or at the very least provide inspiration for a new combat technique. But given your somewhat delicate frame, I remained skeptical until I observed your power firsthand. I would also be remiss not to praise your economy of movement. Always thinking ahead, looking for the shortest route to victory. What calling has led you to develop such commendable skills? Ah, so you're an adventurer. Does that mean your life's purpose is the pursuit of adventure? How intriguing. Alas, much as I would love to hear your many tales, I will not keep you. When next you have a moment, however, It would be my honor to speak with you at length. Okay. Alright, and this is another quest that continues on here, so I'll go ahead and grab it now. Well met, Prince. I am honored that you would return to speak with me again. Would you tell me more of your life as an adventurer? You could say I'm a jack of all trades. I see. So you travel far and wide, aiding others in myriad ways, and in so doing earn your keep. I know of someone that might benefit from such assistance, a craftsman in urgent need of a particular material. The sites replete with this resource are overrun with fiery fiends, and those ill-equipped to defend themselves dare not brave them. Surely, even I could be of some use in that regard. But how would a true adventurer present themselves to a potential client? Again, I must request a demonstration, provided you are willing and able. I am much obliged to you, Prince. The craftsman of whom I speak plies his trade in the southeast of our village. Let us pray he will be amenable to an arrangement. Alright, so I have flying! At least for this zone. Huh. That must have been where Valagarmonda struck at one point. Okay, let me put Carpenter on. Let's see if this gives them a level. Hey, Carpenter level 100. Okay, let's move on to the next area. Actually, that's a good point. Let me head to Tuliolol first. Or no, Limsa will be fine. Because I just want to check in with my retainers. Okay, yeah, they are ready. Let's see what we can sell. How much is this going for? Over 4,000 apiece, yikes. That'd be 300,000 if I just sold all that right now. Alright, folks, there's a bit of external noise happening from fireworks. I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes to see if it calms down. We'll see what happens here. In the meantime, still trying to get the last of this in. Alright, they just reached level 94, okay. Alright, let's head back to the Hanu home. Okay, first one is far to the southwest. Oh ho, Kali, Prince. Of course, I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wuklamot's companion? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. Ha! I am Lanu Hanu, and I have the honor of being the Wind's Chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard? It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering. But there's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahanshi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Alright, we head to the north. Oh, and this thing is back. You're looking for me? You're not a Hanu, unless you're molting something awful. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you've found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanu Hanu then. Back to town. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahanshi. As the Wind's Chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes? Then come with me to the center of Okhanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. Take it all in. This is Okhanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okhanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well. And when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okhanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came. The feathers of the Wind's Chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of XIV, the great bird revered by all Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that makes the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Prince? I would like to hear your opinion of Nahanshi. He really doesn't want to be here. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift. And we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers, with a tangible bond to their charge, will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working allied someone as capable of you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate, and while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. Alright, I'm keeping an eye on my microphone input here, and I'm not seeing anything coming across, so as long as that remains, I'm gonna keep going here. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get it over with. Alright, and this is another continuing quest series, so I'll pick this up. Now that everyone is here, it's time to begin. Together we shall make these feathers so striking that even Kisha would be envious. The first items we require are dyes and oils. The former is used to match the feathers with various uniforms worn by the troops. The latter serves a different purpose. As you can see by observing yours truly, Hanu Hanu boasts feathers full and colorful. This is thanks to the oils that our body secretes, which keeps our coat from becoming drab and brittle. But the feathers we gift to the Landsguard are molted long ago, and have since lost their natural luster, so we must apply oil to them to make them as vibrant as those of the Hanu in their prime. The task of gathering said oils and dyes falls to Prince. Go to Oak Bekbe, where a crate has already been prepared. In the meantime, Nahachi here will get the feathers. Alright, so let's also check out the other quests we need to pick up here. You're Wooklamott's companion, aren't you? Kisha here smiles upon me. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kishahi. It's a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You'll join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows in to the southwest, and they must be so ripe that they fall into the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanu Hali at the shrine. Alright, to the southwest. Okay, silver ranking on that, that's fine. Okay, there is one to the east, so we'll head for that. Now to the northeast. As we approach... I think I'll go minor. Okay, further to the northeast. Looks like it'll be along here somewhere. There it is. All the way to the top. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Here are your fruit. Ah, Kishahi will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest. You are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, Kishahi is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now, you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to New Hanu, and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Okay. Let's go Armorer. Welcome back. Was Lanu Hali impressed with your offering? Let's hand it over. Yes, I can feel Kishahi's grace emanating from these. Thus the ceremony is complete. The younger Hana clamor to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered to Kishahi becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Although you traveled far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings of Kishahi sweep ill fortune from your path. Alright. Let's head down to where the moblins are. We'll collect that current and then see what else there is in the area. To the northwest. I want the currents first. Okay, so this is where the Apollyon are. If I need more of their shells, I'll be able to get them from them. I spent a bunch of my gemstones so that I could get access to crafting collectibles for Alchemist. But I don't think I'm going to have quite enough to get myself up to level 100. Where to next? To the southeast. I think heading to Many Fires is probably a good start for that. Okay, to the southwest. So that's going to put me on the opposite side of the lake there. Alright, so we're swimming out here since that's where the other current is. And then there's one more, I believe, after this. Body of water like this is probably good for spearfishing as well. Okay, I see the current right there. Okay, there is another to the southeast. Probably gonna be up in the hills here somewhere. By the way, this is where that thief was hiding out. To the south. Okay. There it is. Alright, so that was the last of them. Now we just have to do the moblin quests, and then that'll be flight for this area. Alright, before we get started with this here, I actually do want to take a quick break here. This will be a quicker break, but while I'm doing this, I'm also going to prepare a bit of a snack. It's not going to be ready for a little bit here, so this will just be so I can get that going, and then once that's ready, then I'll take a little bit of a longer break. But this one's just going to be like a quick 3 to 5 minutes here. So stand by, everyone. I will be right back. Alright, everyone, I am back. I'll have to go ahead and pick that up in about 15 minutes, but we are good to resume at this point here. So, let's go ahead and check out one of these quests, and let's see if we can get this done quickly here. You are Prince, are you not? He who has been strength-lending to Wooklamat? Could Movamuk ask that you strength-lend her in turn? The matter is this. Movamuk's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lip-slips that he intends to fancy-craft one last masterpiece before he does so. But for this, he needs the hand help of a strange face to the village. Anfroy is his name. He is always very murky-worded with his requests, so Movamuk is not sure what hand help he needs. But if you could exchange tongue flaps with him, she would be very, very happy feels. Alright. Let's see what they need. Yes, I'm Anfroy. Do I know... Wait, aren't you the friend of the third promise? The adventurer from across the water who was asking about the pot packs? Ah, I see. Movamuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamuk. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in, her hobbies, her likes, her dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. You're making a gift for her. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my pot pact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Alright. Movamuk and Anfroy? Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his Petron's orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal to the task, you understand. Quite the opposite. In fact, she knows how exacting his standards are, and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. So, anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Movamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in all these years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. Okay. What does Movamuk value most? Her potsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heart side at all times, or so she once lip-slipped to Tarnotic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. Okay. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamuk? That's an easy ask. Movamuk never lip-flaps about anything other than her potsworn, Anfroy. She says he is just as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker, always playing crafty tricks. One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing Potsworn how to leave Earthenshire without help hands eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for secret hidey place in the woods, Mobbies are frighty feels over disappearing Potsworn. Potsworn come back all glitter teeth, but help hands are steamers. All except Movamuck. She goes around village saying guilt words to every mobby for Amphoy's sneak trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back. Okay. And back over to Amphoy. Ah, you're back. So, what did you find out? Ha! She really thinks that much of me. They say that Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges. And it seems it's true, though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is... Is Prince still hard at hand helping? Yes, he is. So I'll thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete? Always such angry words. Move amuck means no bother. Just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the Pot Pact, Movamuck will uphold her pact part. It is her duty to help hand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, Movamuck, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Prince is finished. Then Movamuck will do as Amphoy's asked, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Amphoy needs her, he has only to hail call. Don't want to show him the surprise, huh? I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. The aim being to make a farewell present for Movamuck. That's what I thought. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of Potsworn, her service hasn't lapsed an ilm. Now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something just for her, to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her, to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off. Said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking. Perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Pot Pact. Someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Movamuck's help. That might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'd make it worth your while. Alright, that gives us the Aether current. But again, this is another quest line here. So regarding ideas for my present for Movamuck, The particular item of information that caught my ear was that nugget of Tarnotics. He said that she treasures the treasure that I once gave her, right? Then she would surely love something similar. Alas, I can't remember ever actually having given her a gift as such. It must have been very early in my career. Could you speak with Tarnotic again? I know he said he had no idea what the treasure was, but any little detail he might have gleaned, its size or its shape or the occasion I gave it to her, might just be enough to jog my memory. Alright. Let's go grab the other Aether current quest. Danger Straits, Danger Straits! Vendavok's Twinkle Crafter has gone missing. Vendavok asks all around the village, and some say that he went to pay a visit to the Imperius, the giant's prey place. But prey place is a danger place, full of friend-munching friends. You're a fighter, are you not? Will you sword lend for Vendavok and save her dear Twinkle Crafter from certain doom? Okay. They are to the north. You're looking for a Twinkle Crafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contracted artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vendavok was concerned for my safety, you say? How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Yakui, you see. I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet, I have never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any further, but with you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands, and they have not been kind to the creations they left behind. Yet some of the larger structures still remain, this impressive gate for one. They say the Yakui towered yawns above even the tallest Jabral, but I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. Its sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. But enough speculation. Let us press on. We have much to discover. Alright, over to the west. Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the center, all the while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traversed the sky, so too would the shadow of the towers above, paint patterns on the ground below. And not just any patterns, oh no, calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision, divining the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons, a triumph of both form and function, true artistry. But wait, what's that over there? By the cliff's edge. Quickly, with me. This looks like a fight brewing. Thank you. And forgive me my racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every ilm of this place, I clean forgot the reason I'd never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life for, it is surely this. Why, just look at this tower. It is a work of art. To the untrained eye, it might appear little more than a pile of stone, but look at how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbors, and not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspiring reverence. That's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon the cliff top, if not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwelled in the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way? One cannot help but admire them. That their creations should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry craft had been cooling of late, but now I am positively burning with inspiration. If the Yakui's creations can echo through the ages, then so can mine. To Earthenshire and eternity. Alright, back to Earthenshire. Big thanks for bringing the Twinkle Crafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of a mind fruit, too. He says that he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the Potsworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in fire water. It is our side of the pot pack to keep them well supplied with it, a duty that is a constant source of brain pain. But oh, the ideas they come up with when they have it. Such fresh thinking. Vendivok can't wait to see what our friendly Twinkle Crafter Wangle crafts next. And with that, I have flying for Cosma Uka now. Alright, going back to this here, Aether Currents. So as you can see, there are several zones I still need to get just Aether Currents from, as well as doing quests in order to get flying unlocked. Now, as I mentioned before, I need to... I have something going, so I want to go ahead and grab that at this point, and then I'll be back in another 3 to 5 minutes, at which point my plan is to focus specifically on the ones that are out in the fields, and then we'll handle the quests after. Actually, there's a lookout point here, so let me grab that first here. Let's see. I'll do that on armor. There we go. Alright, like I said, I'll be back in another quick 3 to 5 minutes, and then we will proceed with finding a whole bunch of those Aether Currents out in the field, so stand by. Alright, everyone, so as I mentioned before, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look out in the fields now, specifically for Aether Currents. We'll hold off on the rest of the quests for the time being. Let's start with Heritage Found, and then or actually Living Memory, and then we'll kind of work our way backwards through the rest of the zones. So we're going to start over in this area here. Or actually, no, it's pointing to me one over in this area here. Oh, that's an A rank over there. Okay, actually, I was done a bit quicker than I thought this was going to take. Alright. So we got this one. I think this is in the arena. Maybe not on the floor down there, but somewhere in here. Here we go. Alright, that does it. I guess let's move on to the quest then. You, yes you, with the weapon. Pardon my candor, but you must accompany me to the Matchlock Menagerie this instant. What? No, I'm not asking you on a leisurely outing. I'm asking you to save some innocent lives. I spied a tree of volcanic scorpions stalking after some defenseless animals. Were I to vanish and allow the scorpions to prey upon those creatures, I'd never forgive myself. We must make for the menagerie and defend them, no matter the cost. Obviously, I can't chase off a nest of hungry pests alone. I require strength, specifically your strength. Step lively, then. We've no time to lose. And then we've also got this one down here. Both of them have images. Okay. All I wanted was a relaxing reprieve in Opal Springs. I never thought it would come to this. I've misplaced something precious to me, you see. A set of blueprints. I suspected I dropped them on my way to the springs, but the terminal suddenly shut down as I was retracing my steps. I was so absorbed in my search, I couldn't even vanish with the others. Forgive me my boldness, but you seem a generous sort, and I'm sorely in need of help. Find what I'm after, and I'll make it worth your while. Before my soak, I paid a visit to the Arena of Valor, so I'll leave that area to you. For my part, I plan to scour the springs one more time. Back to the arena, then. Oh, so it looks like there's a fate going on in there. Fighting familiars. Wood versus solid gold. Will Malala tradition triumph, or will modernity make its mark in this monumental match? This appears to be a list of matches for the Arena of Valor. While the illustration of the clashing familiars catches your eye, it is a far cry from what you are after. Alright, let's give them a hand here. Something else I have to do is I do have to do a bunch of fates in each area in order to unlock the higher tiers of what I can buy with gems. And then eventually that will all be combined into a single store in one of the cities. Required 60 in previous expansions, but apparently it's been decreased down to 30 for each area now. Yeah, this is what the interface looks like. So, the first unlock happens when I complete 6 fates. And I do need to restock my gemstones, since I basically spent it all on crafting materials. There we go. Need a frigid treat to beat the heat? Shock and awe your taste buds with volcanic lightning. A new flavor of frozen delight that's got customers asking, how can something so hot be so cool? Though the ice cream sounds dangerously delightful, this advertisement makes no mention of anything remotely architectural. These are not the blueprints you seek. A massive tower crowned with a statue of a golden woman is mapped out in painstaking detail. These appear to be blueprints to the Meso-terminal. The blueprints likely belong to the exhausted engineer. It would be best to return to Opal Springs and deliver them to her. Alright. We'll take the Aetherite back over there. I searched every nook and cranny for those blueprints, but I have not found a single scattered sheet. I don't know where else they could have ended up. Please tell me you managed to track them down. Let's hand them over. Oh, my blueprints! My dear sweet blueprints, how I've missed you. I just knew I dropped these on my stroll. Thank you ever so much for retrieving them. When we first began development of the Meso terminal, I drafted these blueprints for its design. If you can believe it, the finished product is the work of yours truly. Well, to be fair, the concept wasn't entirely of my own making. I have Milala folklore to thank for its creation. According to said folklore, we Milala were refugees from another world. Our ancestors once lived in a sun-kissed paradise by the sea. That is, until those very seas began to freeze, and calamity engulfed everything in its path. Under the protection of the Great Speaker, my ancestors were guided to this world, and left in their homeland a towering statue of their savior. The Speaker was a compassionate and selfless soul, sacrificing all she had to save her people, not unlike Queen Sphene, no? With the legend of the Speaker as my inspiration, I incorporated Her Majesty's beauteous visage up into the top of the terminal, forever at the heart of our city. A flawless idea, if I do say so myself. I gave everything, my passion, my time, my love of country, to see these blueprints given shape. They aren't merely pieces of parchment, they're my life's work, personified. Yet I nearly left them to rot in the arena of valor. I would be laughing this off if I weren't so furious with myself. But what's important is that you've brought them back, and I owe you the great debt. At this rate, I may never meet Her Majesty face to face. All I can do now, all I wish to do now, is gaze upon her glorious image before I fade away. You have my thanks, stranger. May fortune favor you always. Alright, that's an Aether current. And actually, there's no continuation of that one. Alright. We still need to make our way up to the north. Oh, even the records are gone. Once we're done with this, then we just have this one to do down here. And that should unlock flying. Okay, here we are. I saw them. I saw the scorpions. They're closing in on two tiny critters as we speak. Those volcanic monstrosities terrify me. But what terrifies me more is knowing what they'll do to their quarry if we don't act swiftly. Worry not, little ones. I'm on my way. Here's the encounter. Gods, I thought that was the end of me. That took every drop of courage I could muster. Thankfully, the little ones managed to escape without a scratch. I ought to find them and lead them to the entrance before the other scorpions catch us in their sights. I'll meet you back there when all is well. You, my weapon-wielding friend, are a lifesaver. I realize this all escalated rather quickly, but you performed admirably under the pressure. To tell the truth, I have a bit of a history with those scorpions. In my previous life, I was tasked with introducing new and exciting creatures into the Matchlock menagerie, that our guests might know the wonders of the animal kingdom. As one might expect, the prospect of scorpions posed a great risk, and we often argued with the upper management as to whether keeping them would be worth the cost. In the end, however, the menagerie's curator ordered us to take them in. Supposedly, scorpion-based vodka was a popular delicacy in Alexandria before the war. The higher-ups sought to recreate those drinks and share them with the masses by way of a new exhibit. Time passed, and I finally returned as an endless, only to discover the menagerie in shambles. Those thrice-damned scorpions have the run of the place now. I should have argued against the curator's plans when I had the chance. I should never have agreed to that terrible exhibit. No matter how hard I tried to let things go, those pangs of regret never abated. So when I spotted those innocent creatures wandering into the menagerie, I felt obligated to return, to save what little I could. Thanks to you, my conscience is clear, and our fuzzy new friends are none the worse for wear. Did these two originally belong to the menagerie? They must have, but I don't recall bringing in such precious pups. Perhaps one of my associates introduced them after I left. Regardless, I can rest easy in the knowledge that these two will have each other, even when I'm long gone. I should be able to escort them to safety from here. You have my deepest gratitude, and presumably theirs as well. Alright, one more quest. I do have to wonder what's going to become of this area. Like, obviously things are shut down right now, but I mean, this is a lot of housing. Obviously it's abandoned and a bit worn down now, but a bit of elbow grease and this place could be fixed right up. Especially when you have a mass gathering of crafters. We'll have to see. You'll never guess what just happened. There I was, right in the middle of one of my tours, and my customers just up and vanished. There's nothing worse than not being able to see something through to the end. I need to do something with all this pent-up pep. I don't think I've ever given you the tour, so how about it? I promise I won't take up too much of your time. Sure. Now, Canal Town wouldn't be Canal Town without its water, and where better to dip your toes into the local history than in two of our storied fountains. Come, I'll be waiting for you by the Font of Devotion. You know, looking up at the sky, given that, you know, we can now start to see, like, stars up there and such, I have to wonder, is this really all that's left of Alexandria, or is there perhaps something else that was beyond the barrier? There you are. For such an obligating participant, I'll have to pull out all the stops. According to the legend, there are two water sources imbued with mystical properties in Canal Town. The first being this fountain right here. They say that a mere mouthful is enough to fill you with vim and vigor. Given that the town prides itself as a resort of revitalization, there could hardly be a more fitting fountain. Whether you believe old tales about its healing waters is another matter. So, is this a reference to the Fountain of Youth? Myths are myths, after all. I hope you aren't too disappointed. Nevertheless, though its waters may be decidedly mundane, the font still lives up to its name. Over the years, crowds have flocked to the fountain, invariably leaving soothed and refreshed. For those who display such devotion, perhaps there is something to be gained from a gulp or two. I hope that whet your appetite, because another fountain awaits. Come and find me on the eastern side of town. Okay. Excellent. Allow me to continue. You stand before another storied fountain. These waters are said to bring happiness to whomever tosses in a coin. And if you're already blessed with happiness, I'm sure a different wish wouldn't go unanswered. Plenty of folks used to do just that in days gone by. Are the legends to be believed? Well, there's only one way to find out. Here, take this coin and make a wish. I know I ought not to ask, but what did you wish for? For this journey to never cease. Ah, a traveler. You know, I've given this tour countless times, but not once have I made a wish myself. And not because I pour scorn on the legends or anything like that. I just never got round to it. But thanks to you, I got to finish my tour. To mark the occasion, I think I might just toss a coin in. As for my wish, if I had another chance at life, I'd want to connect with as many people as I could through my job. I worked here as a tour guide in my former life too, before it became a home for the endless. Living Memory was open to living, breathing folk seeking relaxation and revelry. Boy, did I guide a lot of people back then. I never tired of sharing my knowledge and hearing visitors' wonderful stories. I suppose that's why I took up the same job as an endless, and I'm proud of that. Proud of staying true to myself. But you didn't come to hear me harp on about my life. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. Here's hoping our wishes come true. Farewell, my final customer. Okay. Travel. Aether currents. So there's one more quest to do. But I don't see it on the map. Do I already have it? I do. Okay, it's this one. So, back to here. Supposedly there's something right here. Here we go. You find a hidden scrap of parchment inscribed with the next clue. Congratulations on solving the first riddle. Here's your next clue. 4 lamps loom over streets of glass, but only one true light shines on Her Majesty. So, the one that shines on Her Majesty would be the western one. You find a hidden scrap of parchment inscribed with the next clue. Great job solving the second riddle. Here's your next clue. Over the river, in sight of the spiral, behind the pointy hat hide the shrubs you seek. They said shrubs. Here we go. You find a hidden scrap of parchment. You're a dab hand at this. Just one final clue to go. The princess awaits your return. P.S. You'll also need the password. I want to be your canary. Which is yet another reference to Final Fantasy IX. That was the name of a play from that game. Whoa, you found me. I'm guessing you know the password too, right? I want to be your canary. Amazing, you've passed with flying colors. Now that you're finished, I thought I'd tell you how I came up with my clues. First clue was by yesterday's gate stands a tiny mountain piled high. Of course, I meant the entrance to Yesterland and the stack of crates a few steps away. There was one kid who used to hang around by the gate and make sure any newcomers quickly got the lie of the land. Pretty nice of them, right? Alright, time for the next one. The 4 lamps looming over streets of glass. Well, They're the streetlights in Starglass. The bit about one true light shining on Her Majesty is because you were supposed to look for the street lamp closest to the Messel terminal, which I got. From there, you can see the Queen's Bean statue from in between the air cab rails. Quite the sight, huh? For the third part of the puzzle, my clue was over the river in sight of the spiral. Behind the pointy hat hide the shrubs you seek. The river I'm talking about is the old Electrope River, and the spiral is the the air cab station staircase. And the pointy hat? Easy, that's the building with the funny-shaped roof. Whenever we used to play hide-and-seek, it was always a popular spot. I figured it'd be a great place to leave a clue. The last clue about the princess waiting for you to return? Well, I wrote that because princesses live in castles, and that's where I was waiting. I bet you're dying to hear about the password too, right? I want to be your canary is the code we use when we needed to keep something secret. It's the title of an old play about a princess who falls in love with a commoner. That's the great thing about this game. It's not just about having fun. It's also a great introduction to Yesterland for anyone who's just arrived. Everyone knows about the Bergmar Ring and the Esperance Wheels, don't they? I wanted to take folks off the beaten trail and make sure they learned our password. Although, I guess I won't need it anymore. Still, I'm glad they played my game, mister. I'm glad you played my game, mister. I think I'll go for a last wander around the place. It's been fun. Thank you. Alright, and with that, we have flying for living memory now. Not too many spots I need to reveal here, but there are a couple. Location with no name. Alright. With that, we're on to the next location. Let's go Heritage Found now. Alright, to the west. The other reason I gotta get these Aether currents aside from mining is, or rather gathering, is it's basically required for being able to do hunts. You need to be able to keep up with the group, or else you're just gonna get left behind. Okay, that's pointing me all the way over here. Let's head over to the outskirts. And I guess we'll work our way south instead. you're pointing me southwest. That tells me this might be on the other side of the wall. Yep. Alright, so I'm gonna have to loop around here first, then. How many do I need for this area? I need like 6 of them, so... yeah, I gotta clear this. Alright, so we'll pick up this ether current here. Where to next? To the east. You know what? I'm gonna head south and try to pick up a different one. If I can, I'd prefer to minimize my times going back and forth between the two sides. There might be one this way. I'm being pointed towards the north. I just came from there. I'm gonna keep going south. Especially since there is one quest down there. Aha, there is one down here. What is that? It's an Alexandrian cemetery. Alright, armor is at level 98. Now, here's a face I haven't seen for around these parts before. Can I borrow a moment of your time? You see, a member of our group has been making frequent trips up the hill to the graveyard. I suspect there's a problem, but he doesn't seem willing to talk about it. Not to us, anyway. A stranger willing to lend a friendly ear, however, may convince him to open up. If it's not too much to ask, will you travel out to the name slates and speak to him? The man you're looking for is a Shitona, like myself. We just came from there. Alright, first there's one to the west. I think I just saw it. Yeah, right there. Alright, and this is going to be as close as we can get. To the Calamity. What can I dump this onto? Miner. Alright, let's take care of that quest now. I must admit, this is not the sort of place one expects to make idle conversation with strangers. Are you one of those travelers from beyond the barrier everyone's been talking about? That explains why I haven't seen you around. Let me ask you something, outsider. Have you ever visited a grave to pay your respects? Yes, I have. Horsefant. Honoring the dead is a common aspect of many cultures, I suppose. In that case, perhaps you could help me with something. Take a stroll around the area, and if you happen to spot any particularly grimy gravestones, I ask that you wipe them off. It's a lot of work for one man alone, so your assistance would mean a great deal to me. Alright. Alright. Those gravestones look much better now, thanks to you. Or perhaps I should say name slates. Too bad the names are all written in Alexandrian. I can't make heads or tails of them. You know about the regulators people wear these days? Whenever someone dies, every last memory of their existence is erased. As an unfortunate consequence, this graveyard has been all but abandoned. But I'm going to fix that. What else am I to do? Stand idly by and let the headstones be lost to time? No. If no one else will give a damn, then it will have to be me. In Tyrol, I was taught to honor the dead, but here I am in the minority. Most seem content to forget and entrust their memories to the cloud. That's why I can't talk about it with the others. They wouldn't understand, not like you do. Thanks again, stranger. Alright, that's one quest down. We'll head back to the outskirts and see where it sends us. Also, there's a couple of quests there to pick up as well. Pardon me, adventurer, but might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today, we were sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked the hunter to take it out on patrol, but not long afterwards, I lost contact with them completely. I know the signal is weak out there, but I can't help but worry something might have gone terribly wrong. From the look of you, you can handle your fair share of danger, yes? Could you go out to the Thunder Yards and see if you can find them for me? Alright, and then there's another up here. Oh, Shello, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest. Did you enjoy your tour of Yupy's Hollow? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could really use someone with your talents right about now. The woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. Seems to me she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was seen walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Could you go and make sure she's alright? Oh, what a relief. You're looking for a young Shitona by the name of Xiaoloxi. Now off you go, and thank you, dear. I do see there is a, there's a fate down there that has a bonus. I'm gonna try to get into that. Let's grab our chocobo. Let's do this. Looks like we got players coming in. Down it goes. Ah, gods be good, that was the last of my soul cells. I could have really died there. Thanks for your help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? Auntie Nakante sent you after me? That makes two people who just saved my life then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe, and grateful besides. Alright, that's one quest. Looks like we got combat over here as well. You saved my life. For a moment there, I thought I'd have to use my regulator. Now, I somehow doubt an adventurer like you just so happened to be passing through. That researcher sent you to find me, didn't he? I'd better head back to explain what happened. You may as well come and join me. I'm sure he'll want to know you're safe. Alright, let's look for these, Aether currents. There you are. Next one is far to the east. That's an A-rank target. Alright, and one more to the north. Right on that ridge. Yep. Alright, that does it for the ones in the field. We'll hand these 2 quests in, and then we'll head to the west for the last one. The hunter told me everything. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking such swift action. These soldiers require energy gathered from lightning, and yet lightning also proves to be their weakness. Apparently it took a nasty jolt in the Thunder Yards and went berserk. Honestly, why are they tinkering with offensive output when they could be correcting this glaring flaw in the design? Rest assured, the engineer in charge will hear all about this in my report. Sorry for the trouble. I hope this small token will suffice as compensation. Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool of a girl. You're not a child anymore, Shallow. Act your age. Now, what do you say to the kind stranger who saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shalosi, and I'm in charge of Yipy's Hollow. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electrope engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And I'm Nakate, the farm's cornkeeper, or resident nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? Prince. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? That's a name you'd best not forget, Shallow. You'd be dead were it not for him. Now, why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely of late. It's clear you're hiding something, so what is it? There really is no getting anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain. But you have to promise to keep it secret for now, alright? The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvests have been shrinking year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons, and the readout was totally normal. But I know there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it will get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. Well, are they rotating the crops regularly? Well, it sounds serious, and I appreciate that you're taking the initiative to solve it, but I worry about you, Shallow. I can't have you putting your life in danger. Prince, would you be willing to help her look into this matter? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right. I could certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Prince? Leave it to me. Right then. With that settled, I think what you two need now is a good meal. Have a seat, and your Auntie Nakente will fix you something. Will fix you some fresh veggies. Alright, and this is one of those quest lines that does continue, so... Alright, Prince, time to get started. Well, I suppose I've already started, but you know what I mean. First things first, we should have you take a look at the fields and see if you can spot anything that strikes you as unusual. You go ahead and make ready, Shallow. As Coinkeeper, it would be remiss to overlook the matter of Prince's payment before he leaves. I'll send him along shortly. Okay then. Meet me by the bridge just outside of town when you're ready. Alright, and again, we're going to put this to the side for now. I'm just interested in finishing up the Aether currents. And we have one more quest to do for this area. Excuse me, do you have a moment? If you're headed south, I would ask a favor. My friend went out to study the plant life and hasn't been back. He has a bad habit of getting absorbed in his work and losing track of time. Last I saw him, he was headed southeast of here. If you could just check in on him, I would sorely appreciate it. Alrighty. So that's going to take us back up to here, to the area that we recently unveiled on the map. Right around here. Now this is a fascinating succulent. Its development is clearly abnormal proof, perhaps, that this species has adapted to its new environment over time. Excuse me. Hello there, stranger. What are you doing out here? For that matter, what am I doing out here? Did I get distracted and wander out of the safe zone again? Yup, probably worried sick about me. I have to thank her for sending you. But first, we need to hurry back to the Drift Downs before some terrifying creature tries to ruin our day. Alright, we need to do an escort quest. Let's see if we can shortcut down this way. Apparently not. Alright. All right. Welcome back. Glad to see you're both in one piece. Forgive me, Yopya. I was so focused on the plants I nearly wandered headfirst into danger. If you hadn't sent this kind stranger my way, there's no telling what might have happened. Now, I better document my findings before I forget. Thanks again, friend. Sorry about him. He grew up in Everkeep, you see, so he's not used to seeing plants in their native habitat, and Heritage Found is rather unique in that regard. 30 years ago, when the geography changed, vast swaths of native flora died out while the rest were forced to mutate drastically in order to survive. Worthy of studying, I'm sure. Still, he ought to know it's not safe out here. I wish he wouldn't be so careless. In any case, I'm grateful to you for keeping him safe, and seeing as he didn't think to reward you for it, I suppose I'll have to do it. I swear, he'd forget his head if it wasn't attached. And with that, we have flying for Heritage Found. There are 2 spots on the map to uncover. We'll do those real quick. Hey, hunt targets! I want those. Okay, just need one more. Nice. Alright, Hopefully they turn back. They did. Nice. Not sure where this level 100 node is. It says it's to the northeast. Although I should check what this is. A Time War Braxkin map. I'll take that. This is in Shaloni. Supposedly you want 8 players for this one. Okay, it's out there. I don't immediately see this. It may be in one of the covered parts. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, it's already disappeared. That's a shame. Okay. So where's the last point I need to unveil? Unveil. Down here. Alright, level 98 Miner. Okay, so this area is done. From here, let's make our way over to Shaloni. And we've got a quest over here. And this is for an Aetherite. Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? I could use a capable hand like yours, if you'd be willing to lend it. The name's Tonzoe. I'm not from around here, truth be told. I live in Luwatniyawatsa, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, then grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble, I just know it. Oh, a weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, sir. His name's Zetekwa. Last I saw him, he was heading inside this here saloon. The Tonawata with a red cap, pulled down over his face to cover those bruises most like. You can't miss him. Alright, into the saloon. Yeah, NGS could have used something, rather than just having regular attacks do it, but then, you know, I would also question, you know, thinking back to how much of those materials we need in NGS, like, would it really be worth it to, you know, require Final Fantasy XIV type mining at each of the nodes? Like, with how many nodes there are in the game, it would take you all day to get it done. Anyway, a new face in town, eh? Well, what can I do for you? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes, jumping to conclusions as usual. I thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folk in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. There's a reason I don't lend them Pell, but I'll get to that in a moment. My family's lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then, people moved in, and they started expanding. Before long, Kimaka's family approached us about selling our land. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining popularity. I had it on good authority that gil was on its way to becoming common currency here in the wilds, so I decided to sell the land for gil, and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lent to any unsavory types. Why not simply explain all this to your grandfather? The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. He found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything, but maybe it's time I changed that. The job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people, help this town, but how do I get him to see that? Maybe a dinner with all your clients? I've got it. You're going to come and watch me work. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what good my work does for Hasatowi, and how I can help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? I promised to make it worth your while. Right then, before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Prince, eh? Well, Prince, our first job is to go and see a miner named Wakways. He had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back. Had no money for treatment or much of anything, really, so I loaned him the gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now it's well past time. He returns what he owes, and he hasn't said a word. There's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages. Several times, in fact. He usually comes into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. Meet me just outside the town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives. You here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Walkways, and you're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to, persuade him? Maybe a little flex to show him we're serious. Ye gads, look at those arms! And those obscenely ripped neck muscles. Fine, just put all that away. It's all here, and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took real good care of me. See, I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and, well... I understand, really I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're going to have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gil or even a pell to my name? I'll give it some thought, and we can talk later. I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending. So, what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment and supported him through his recovery. That has to count for something, right? I'm still not convinced. This is sort of bordering on the level of... I mean, granted, you're okay, but I mean, loan sharks. Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way. Okay, again, this is a sequence, so I'll pick this up now and handle it later. Let's get back to it then. I should warn you, the next client I had in mind may be something of a hassle. He's ran off in the middle of the night, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Luckily for us, I heard from an acquaintance of mine that someone fitting his description was lurking around Shaktarog Skygate. And Shiro, yeah, we were talking about the resources in NGS and if they should use Final Fantasy XIV's instead. And my thought to that was just simply that it might, while it might be an interesting system, it would take all day to get through the entire, basically everything, if you were to use Final Fantasy XIV's system for each of the nodes that you're able to come across in NGS. I'm not against the idea, but as of right now, it's pretty quick, just basically just grabbing your weapon and attacking the ore. So you'd have to find some sort of balance where players are accepting of the slower pace, basically. Anyway, we're looking for a minstrel named Zameship. Hitsaru with black hair, about the same age as me, and surprisingly shy. I'll meet you there. By the Skygate. But again, we're gonna take care of that one later. We're moving on to the next town. Yeah, that could work. Especially since, you know, that had a way of collecting quicker through the fever system. So the only thing is that I guess you would have to have fewer nodes then in that case, or you run the risk of players running out of mining energy before they can get through all the nodes that are possible. At least in base PSO2, it was understandable because you could just simply regenerate them over and over and over each time you started the mission up. Welcome, traveler. I wonder if while you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor? There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers, but she's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. I would take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her this candle from me? I mean, in all seriousness, the way Sega has been driving that game in the way it monetizes it, I mean, I would not be surprised if they actually made it that way if they were to implement such a system as bringing the PSO2 system forward. And then you'd kind of have to pick and choose which minerals you want for the day, or, you know, pay SG to get more energy. So, at least for now, while the system may be simple, I'm at least glad that we have that and not something where you're limited on how much you can gather up each day unless you pay, you know, more star gems into it. Something I can help you with? You came all the way to deliver this? I'm awful grateful to you. And to my ma for realizing I'd forgotten to bring the candle. You see, these caverns are sacred ground, where we come to pray to our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames provide the living a way to commune with the dead. And thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe you could stand before the flames and offer a few words to your departed loved ones? It doesn't matter where you're from. All spirits are welcome here, living or dead. I'm fine. I don't need to say anything like that. I kind of did that a little earlier. Alright, let's hand this quest in. And then we'll go and find this Aether current. Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter, no doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way, you know. As much of a stickler for traditions as she is, she actually works for the railroad company. Still, I got to hand it to her. She manages to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I sure am proud of her, but don't tell her I said that, will you? Wouldn't want her getting a big head or nothing. Well, I'd say me and that daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time, but it was awful nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. Alright, that's an Aether current. Oh, and actually, this is our first chance to get a look at the dome from outside at night. Probably gonna be right along this ridge here somewhere. Yep, there it is. And we got another to the northeast. And another to the southeast now. This is going to take us into another area. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be along that ridge over there. Yep, right on top. Alright, far to the east this time. Now a bit more southeast. Hey, there's a hunt target I need. Let's go for the Aether current first. And now for the Flying Popoto. Okay, so we need 2 more of these here. Wow, a bunch of stuff is selling right now. Okay. Okay, I remember them, there being one, far to the north on this part of the shore. Unless it's maybe, like, right there. How many more do I need? Looks like I still got another 4 to do here. And then, at that point, then it's just quests. There it is. Okay, next one takes us all the way across the map. I'm thinking, let me head over here first. We'll take care of this quest. And then we'll hit this quest after that, and then we'll see where we actually need to go. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen a Ronique calf around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tori. It seemed like they had gotten separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. South of the lake, huh? Okay. Here's that Ronique. Moo! The lost Ronique calf eyes you expectantly. Escort the lost Ronique calf safely to its owner. Alright. Let's see. Well, isn't that perfect timing for a fate to come up? We'll take the long way. A hostile presence from where? A hostile presence from where? Okay, here we go. Ah, there you are. You returned the calf. What a relief to see the head so unharmed. You'd be surprised how often Ronique calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though, if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parents to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much a part of nature as any other fate a Ronique could meet. Thank you, Traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I shall do my utmost to care for it. Alrighty. Teleport over to here. Probably right along this ridge here. Yep, there it is. next one is to the south. Maybe up there? Nah, it's gonna be behind this hook here. Alright, and then there's one more to the south. That's looking like that's back in that cave. Yeah, that's back in that cave system. Surprised I missed it before. Yeah, there it is. I must have been looking at a specific angle when I came in here. Alright, that's all the ones out in the open. Last is the quest over here. There's the quest. Hey, you, traveler. You come down the Tuliolo Trail, right? Happen to see a woman on the road? Maybe nursing a limp, sore head, or some such? No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery, and it seems I now have a problem. It's a friend of mine, Kaya Mine. She set out for Tuliolo not long back, but only her roadnik returned, pulling an empty wagon. Hey, thanks for tuning in, I really appreciate it. Was thinking the animal just got spooked by something, sent Kaya Mine sprawling in the dust and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, could you couldn't go and take another look, could you? I'd go myself, but I'm too hands down as is. Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo of ceruleum to the Tuliolo trailhead. You know the way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. She'll be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We've got work to do. Alrighty, let's see here. Way southeast, but not so far that we're going into the next town. Okay. Yeah, if I had to guess, probably one of the fate rewards is going to be being able to buy a Ronique. Alright, let's see. Someone on the road right there. And I've got a bomb after me. Alright. Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Was Sanpei sent you? Gods, he's going to dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronique and the wagon made it back. A good thing it all happened after I dropped off the ceruleum, too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? I was just out from the trailhead when it sprang up on us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronique bolted. I managed to hold on this far, but I eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, it could have been worse. At least I didn't break anything, and it was you that found me, not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? A horrible blue blobby thing? That looks like it down there. Just like that. Oh gods, it's the beast. It's found me. Never judge a book by its cover, but at the same time, it's a simple slime. It was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking? Huh. I guess it took one look at you and lost its appetite. Thanks, partner. I've lived here my whole life and never seen anything like that blue blob before. But others have. I heard about them from my fellow trappers, like ceruleum with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly faces a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. The way they consider it, so long as we've still got all our limbs attached, the blobs aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. If it's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Prince, would you come back to the company offices with me? They can't wave it away so easily if both of us are telling the same story. Let's leave it to me. Thank you kindly. Come on then, let's head back to Shishinuizi Springs. Alright, so this is looking like another of those multi-quest strings. I'll pick up the next part, but we're not going to complete it yet, just like all the others, because I'm interested in just getting the Aether currents right now. Home at last. For a moment there, I didn't think I'd ever see the old place again. And I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out until the company tells me exactly what they're going to do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you with me? Alright, so that gives us flying. Let's pick this up. Alright, so here's the plan. We go to my foreman with Sanpei, the one who sent you to look for me. We tell him everything we know about the blue blob. How it ambushed my wagon and tried its darndest to get me in its gullet. And how the mere sight of a formidable warrior like you sent it running for the hills. With Sanpei's got the ear of the overseer, you see. So as long as we can convince him, the company's sure to do something. Assign us an escort, at least. I'll head over to the offices and drag with Sanpei from his desk. Come and join us as soon as you can. Alright, so, flying unlocked. There's actually several points to unveil here, so let me, in this particular case... There's not much that is close at this point. I guess I'll just take the points on Paladin, and that'll get us up to level 100. Potentially. Alright, location with no name. Alright, and then we'll hit the teleport to the north to get this. And then that just leaves one zone to go. Alright, there's a point over here. What is this supposed to be? This looks like a special fate arena to me. So the question becomes, how do we trigger the special fate? Questions for later. Let's head to Dawntrail. This is the last zone we need flying in. Ah, there's Nibrook. Looks like there's another one to the south, but the trick of this is that that's going to be down in Mamuja territory. I will uncover this spot, though. me see how many of these I have to get here. Travel, nope, not mount speed. Aether currents. I need, looks like 7 of them. And there's one to the northeast. Hey, a hunt target. I'll take that. Looking out to the west, I think I see another fate spot. Probably along this ridge here. Yep. Okay, that's all the way to the south, once again in Mamuja territory. Try heading east a bit and see if something else pops up. If anything, I'd expect something maybe at the dock there. Alright, let me pick up the quest that's in here. Ho there, friend. I require someone with a steady tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed one of the older residents of XIV coming and going from the Shorebit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail, but don't get too close, or else this'll all be for nothing. Okay. So we're headed to the Cinderfield. And that'll give me a chance to see if there's anything on the east side. "600 yalms to the south." That may still be within Mamuja territory there. Yeah, that's definitely where it is. Alright, let's see where this character is. Follow the elderly chaparral from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Okay. With all the other players in the area, I might as well take advantage of this. Where are you going, friend? Right about there. Now, where is my destination? Okay. Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. Well, did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. But I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with Mamuk, all under the blessing of Hanmu Rook. We have to be secretive about it, though. Why? You see, we deliver valuable foodstuff to Mamuk, meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Yatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamuja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tuliolol, and those who remain bear old grudges. This quest is a little out of date considering some of the other stuff that happened in the MSQ. So we chose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamuk. Even in Ikbrax, there are those who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. But with relations between us and Mamuk finally warming up again, I may not have to do this job for much longer. Clandestine agreements might become open promises for a brighter future. Anyway, it's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell that lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself. Meaning I have to walk all the way back there. Well, let me find this current here first before we make that trip. Should be around here anywhere. There it is. Okay, next one takes us to the west. I figure what I'll do in this particular case is I'll head into Mamuk territory, find the stuff there, and then I'll loop back around to this town up here. I think it'd be against the wall over here. I was close. Okay, next one's gonna be like up in here. You're a traveler, are you? Could I ask you for your help with something? There are too many prying ears here. Come and meet me on the other side of Golmagic Grove. Alright, and there's a second quest here as well. You're one of the Third Promise's retainers, aren't you? Please help me. My name is Shidil Ja, and my husband and I were attacked by wyverns outside the city. He fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, given how our people treat outsiders, but I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gotol Ja, and he's Golmagic Grove. He's near Golmagic Grove. Please hurry. Alrighty. Here we go. You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you? Wyverns don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamuk and see that you receive a proper reward. Shidilja should be anxious for our arrival as well. Alright, before we return, we're going to head further to the west. Actually, there's a thing to the north here. There it is. Okay, another to the northwest. We're gonna have to loop around this pillar here. Hello, hunt target. Alright, there's the next one. Yeah, now I can see why my compass kept getting set off for things so far away. Another all the way to the south. How many are left? 2. And then it's just the quests after that. Good, you made it. I need your help handling a small but quite irritating problem. Have you heard of Blue Leafkin? They supposedly were once Mamuja who were cursed for some misdeed or another. Those who believe in that sort of thing are terrified to make any contact, for fear they'll be cursed as well. I personally don't believe there's any truth in it, but that won't stop people from thinking I was contaminated for crossing paths with one. For a blessing, Blue Leafkin generally keep to themselves, deep in the forest, but recently one's been spotted wandering around these parts. That's why I need someone unbeholden to Mamuk's superstitions to dispose of it, and to speak not a word of the deed. Okay. That's weird. Why didn't my microphone unmute? Let me go back a moment here. Thank you, Traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. We have many stories of the Blue Leafkin, but none agree on who among the Mamuja was cursed first or for what misdeed. Some say it was the Doporo, punished for felling trees. Others say it was a Bunawa, punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of this forest. Just the other day, one of our own went and pursued a mark in that direction, and he hasn't been seen since. That Blue Leafkin just now, could it have been? No, it's just a story after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. We'll be sure to keep to our normal hunting grounds, and see if we can't find our missing friend. Alrighty. We still need to head further south. That sounded like it might be up there. Or it could be over here. There it is. Alright, there's one more to the northwest. Based on what I saw earlier, I believe it's up in this area. Yeah, now it's just pointing to the west. More of those blue leafkin around here. Alright, that should be the last of the currents in the open here. Yep, confirmed. Alright, let's head back to Mamuk. Oh, 1,000 blessings upon you. My Gotolja is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the Salt in my younger years. That is, until I suffered injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty Wivre, it would seem. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those Wivres weren't feisty. They were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local Wivres are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. I realize this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for Wivres to attack Mamuja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. I'm your man. There's little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank him, dearest. He is doing us a kindness. Right, just not used to the open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. Once again, we'll grab the second part of this, and then move on. First, I think we ought to search the area where we were attacked. If anything's amiss, I should be able to spot it, but I worry about another ambush. Would you go ahead and make sure the roads are safe? Thank you, stranger. You are ever generous. We first encountered the wyverns north of Golmagic Grove, by the cenote there. I'll give you an ample head start and then come and meet you. In the meantime, I'll ask around the city. Others may have been similarly attacked for all we know. Alright. Let's head to Ikbrax. And Tyet Row, you have the last quest. Hello there, Prince. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you, if you have a moment. The name's Tyet Row, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Wuklamot's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy man, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. Just tell me what to kill. Thank you, thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great then, let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Prince. Our quarry is a Aether. They're quick and clever. A challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Dawntrail Brax have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done. And good luck, Prince. Alrighty. That's the first spot. Actually, no, that's it. You made it. I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. Here you go. What? This is a Dawntrail Brax. You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry bracks out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Brax, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Brax. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same, to watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with their details, but I'd gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. The question isn't really if you think I'm good enough. The question is, do I think you're good enough? And considering, I don't know what you got. You just got surprised at what I found. But, since I don't have that as an option, that trial is as good as done. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I do have everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Alright, we'll grab the second part of this. Now that I have another hunt under my belt and a worthy partner, I can finally ask the Brethren to let me undertake their trial. But first, we have to bring our catch back to the village and divvy it up. Why don't you help pass it around? I'm sure everyone will be overjoyed to get a delivery from none other than the Third Promise's companion. Don't worry, I'll take care of the messy part and cut our quarry up into the proper portions. Meet me in the village when you're ready. Alright, so that's it. All that's left now is just to hand in the quest we finished earlier, and that should do it for flying. You've returned. Did you find out where he was going? Unfortunately, he was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while, I'll spot people feasting on Yatika bananas. They never say where they got them from, but if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter, and until I find the truth, let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels. Freebird Yachtel. And that is it. All flying areas, or flying has been unlocked in each of the areas. That's a huge one to have done, because this now allows me, as I mentioned before, it makes it so I'm able to travel a whole lot quicker to everywhere, including to different mining spots and harvesting spots, as well as allowing me to join the hunt. And basically the hunt is the quickest way to get tombstones in this game. Like, I can trade some in right now if I wanted to, if I just go to Solution 9. But running roulettes is actually a lot slower than just simply joining hunt groups. Let's head over here. So, for instance, if I go on my warrior here, and equip everything that I can, I don't have enough yet to upgrade my weapon, but I could certainly get at least one piece of gear here. In terms of what I'd want to swap out, let's see. Maybe the hands? How are those here? They're a little bit better. They at least have crit on them. What about accessories? I could certainly swap... Or actually, no. I've already got a level 700 there, so... Actually... Yeah, the first set of gear seems to be de-emphasizing crit debt for some reason. But I do know that there were some recent changes made to tenacity. I don't know if anybody's actually mathed it out in terms of what's going on there. Hey, we've got an S rank in Elpis. Even older S ranks are worth it for getting tombstones. Right now we're just waiting for players to get in here. Because the other thing is there are achievements tied to taking out, I think it's 5,000 S ranks. It's definitely a crazy amount. Let me see here. Yeah, 5,000 S ranks. I've only got about 874 right now. And that's just across the whole game. There are then specific ones for doing like 1,000 on the first, and then another 1,000 for Endwalker. And there's a limited number of these each week. I'm surprised we're waiting this long. There we go. Oh, we got the double S popping. So, this is a very special S rank that can happen from time to time. I'm gonna leave this group because it's not full. We'll go into another. Here we go. Alright, and then once the first cur is down, generally you want to just head to where the spawn point is. Unfortunately, it's been a little while since I've done any hunts, so I'm not exactly certain where the spawn point actually is for the double S. So I'm just going to kind of position myself centrally on the map here. And just turned like this fate just popped up as well, apparently. But I believe this is going to give us 100 or 80 of the new tombstone, which will be a huge boost without having to run like any roulettes. Okay, there's the big guy. And they're pulled. And they are just melting. Okay, actually it was just 50 of them. But that's fine. Alright, we need to get to... Not New Gridania. Shaloni 2. Alright, and now hopefully we can get to this fate. Ah, okay. That's a shame we missed that. But hey, I'll take the poetics and the tomestones over gemstones. But yeah, that was a quick little thing that popped up there. Let's head back to Solution 9 then. So we were looking at what I could trade these tomestones for. Now that I've got some more, let me see what I can do now. Still can't get a weapon, but I can get an actual chest piece here. Now this is more what I'm talking about. Item level 700. But it's still... they're both crit determination, that's the thing. What about pants? Same thing for pants. Boots? Okay, the boots are different. Well, this is frustrating to say the least, but anyway, how about vitality? 513 versus 480. Okay, so that's actually a decent jump in vitality compared to the leveling gear I was seeing where it was just the strength that was going up. So this is still worth it to go for. So the only question is it better for me to maybe go for accessories? I do need to replace my wrist at this point. This is old gear. And we're going from determination tenacity to crit tenacity. I'll take that. That's a definite upgrade. Alright. And then I guess for my, for the rest of my... For my left side gear, I'm gonna have to get some more tomestones. So, before I close out, why don't we run something here? I Guess the expert is the easy one to go for, since that'll just give me all the tomestones I need. And it's an instant pop. Let's see which one we get. Double Tender! Hey, we got a Viper that's already level 100. Actually, I'm not that surprised. And yeah, it's important to run this stuff, as often as you can right now, just because there are so many players that are in the process of unlocking these dungeons that you're just gonna really quickly get basically everything that you need really, really fast for the tomestones. Alright, that's pull one down. Moving on to the second pull. I'll say DPS feels a little bit low here, but I mean, at the same time, we're dealing with players that probably don't have max level gear, and in fact, even I don't have max item level here. This will improve as players start to get their gear together. gotta pay attention. Those echo lines are not trustworthy in this one. That's not good. We have lost our healer. Nice, got it down. Waiting for the healer to catch back up. There they are. Yeah, so there's a call out for another S rank. That one is on the Marlborough server instead of where I am, which is Balmung. Obviously, since I'm in the middle of a dungeon, I'm not going to make it anyway. Alright, second boss. This was the one that tried to be a bit tricky, but I think I got it now. Yeah, stay right here, we should be safe. Must have missed something in the order there. Alright, second boss down. Now, I just did get another, thing offending, bracelet. But the thing is, regardless, even if I've got better gear, I'm still gonna roll on the older gear. And the reason I'm going to do that is specifically because it's still worth it to be able to either desynthesize it to get materials for crafting, or to hand it in to the Grand Company for seals. There are those that will say that you shouldn't need on stuff that you don't need, but I mean, the way the game is set up, you always need stuff, even if you don't need it right in the moment. Like, eventually you're going to need to go back to the Grand Company and get something, whether it be for a relic or just to purchase some dark matter to help you repair your gear or whatever it is. And then, of course, you know, like I said before, if you go to desynthesize stuff as well. Oh, I'm down. I'm probably wearing that choker right now, so I'll go ahead and pass on that one. I'm surprised this guy doesn't want to turn around. Not sure if Square Enix intended that or not. Time to say hello to Scree again. Here we go. This should be safe right here. Yep. Right here, I think. Yep. Right about here should be good. And down we go! Or down they go. Unfortunately, I messed up on the dungeon count here. So I've lost that experience. Oh well. Alright, so from that, I've now got 460 tomestones. Almost enough for a new weapon. Or I could just simply get some better armor. Let's see, that's 33... Yeah, 33 vitality. Weapon. It's 34. And it's also got more strength. And frankly, weapon damage is the most important thing. That's what the physical damage +2 is there. Because the faster you kill things, the less you have to worry about the incoming damage. So I think I will hold off until I have enough tomestones for that, and then work on the rest of my set from there. Alright. So, that is going to be a wrap for today. Next time, role quests, including the crafters and as well as miner and gatherer. I want to knock those out. I want to finish getting everything leveled up here to 100. Carpenter is 100 now, so that's good, but we still have others that need to get leveled up at this point. As for Alchemist, I think I'm going to try to do that through collectibles. I still have a bunch of collectible material I need to use. So yeah, it's it's just gonna be more story, but it's of course not the MSQ, but you know, there's lots of story to be had with these other types of quests here. But that is gonna do it for me today. Thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.